Looks like we are just about good to go here. We're back with 7 Days to Die 1.0 et al. It's not really much of an et al, but pulled over from the last Minecraft stream was full of mods. We still have our low-level shotguns and triplicate. It's currently nightfall, so there's not all that much I can safely do. Kind of waiting for the morning so I can go back to this guy and get some more jobs. We do have skill points to spend. I wasn't really expecting that. Well, if we get up to strength level 4, we can take a level of big and fast to increase our sledgehammer speed. Something Sledgehammer desperately requires. I could also invest a bit in Master Shift to make foods cheaper. Let's see, 20% less ingredient use, 40% faster cooking, more cooking magazines. That's pretty good by itself. We could go up to Dumpster Diver and cook 60% faster and maybe find food in dumpsters. I don't really see that as being crucial. It might be nicer to increase tool damage. Tool damage and block damage with any axe, pick, shovel, chainsaw, or auger. It specifically does not mention sledgehammer. That disappoints me. So ignoring that, let's get up to strength level 5 so we can upgrade our weapon skills again. Still really need to rush those. Now I've got just a little bit of time to burn until the morning. So let's just go a-wandering and see what kind of trouble we can get into before the locals tell us to go home again. A flashlight. Less useful than you'd think. Headlights. I don't need trace gunpowder. Actually, we're fairly close to home. I'll scrap that flashlight. It should scrap to 1 electrical part. Mostly what we're poking around for is leather. Don't know how likely we are to find it outdoors, but a man can dream. Hey there, Raven. Welcome back. I knew it. I knew there'd be a guy in there. Let's take his knees. Your knee privileges have been revoked. Sharp sticks, the spear crafting book. Spears are an interesting weapon. They're probably the most improved weapon from older versions of the game, though it's still hard for me to wrap my head around them being good. Yeah, all the magazines are like that. Magazines in this game fall into basically two categories. Perk books, which improve certain skills in specific ways, and crafting magazines, which give you a single point in their associated crafting skill. So just these 5 gun skills here have 100 magazines each. They did that in this version specifically to slow down crafting progression. I guess they thought people were getting to higher tier gear too quickly. Ooh, that's an interesting noise. Hello. Oh, he turned at the last second. If he kept on charging the same way, I just smacked him in his stupid face. Like that. The hammer continues to be a big and satisfying weapon, but you have to swing it basically a year in advance, or you will end up missing. Starting to get overburdened here, and still don't have any leather. Tools Digest. Tool crafting. Brings us up to the right to craft stone tools level 3. Gotcha. Now she charges over to where she thinks the arrow came from, which is really nice. So few games handle stealth like that. How many games would just tell the monster exactly where the player is and have them come straight for me? There's another hit. And she still has no idea where that arrow came from. She's trying. And it doesn't matter anymore. Oh wait, nope, she's still alive. And still hunting for me. Almost. You're getting warmer. That didn't count as sneak damage. Alright, we need to hit her with the big package. Miss. Boom. Take all my arrows back. We are not very well invested in archery, which is why that took so long. Also, she was feral, so she was an advanced zombie anyway. This is lockpicking, by the way. A zero-skill timer and RNG-based affair. There we go. It only cost me most of my lockpicks to get into this police car. Was it worth it? I'm gonna guess no. Well, that's pretty good. The bullets, not so much. They are types I don't use. But these Molotovs, a lot more useful than you'd think. I like using explosives in this game, conceptually. But because they have delay timers and the zombies can be so fast sometimes, they tend to run out of the blast radius. Your only other option then is to throw a bunch at a cluster of zombies that are still asleep. But that's just a big waste of explosives. And it usually doesn't kill them anyway. Not to mention the inherent risks of the noise involved. But explosives have one major weakness. They don't go through barriers. Any barriers, including doors. Molotovs do. So if you can escape a group of zombies and close a door between you, they have to waste time beating on the door, and then you can throw a Molotov at the door and burn them on the other side of the door. It works out rather well. Now we are very home and can unload our crap. I actually have brass. I don't remember collecting brass, but here we are. Oh, no. Pretty much the only purpose for old cash is to sell it. Though you can also scrap it to paper in emergencies. There isn't much call for paper aside from shotgun shells. But it's paper if you really, really need paper. I, on the other hand, really, really need water. And this is all we've got. We are running out of drinks. Also, why are these unloaded? I don't remember firing these yesterday, or that one anyway. Is it just because this one was new? Doesn't really matter. I could get some water out of this sham chowder, but it's not worth... Well, actually I need the food, too. Green bar is looking kind of low. So that solves roughly two things at once. And then with this water as well, we're now much better off. Just not in terms of supply. I can have the chicken soup too. That's more water. That's the other thing I needed. Polymers. To make a dew collector. Or Ideally several. I guess I should continue that while it's all dark and rainy. A slightly improved axe could make this slightly faster. Yeah, +3 block damage. It's worth it. Just need to level this out. Making sure it's a full block and not a half block for some reason. Which I should have known because I just stripped a block off of it. Oh. We're opening up into the room below. I think that couch is leather, come to think of it. So we may have more leather than I thought we did. Should have thought of that. Two leather. Hopefully that's per piece, not a fluke. We may have our forge. Well, I can't say before daybreak because 3, 2. Daybreak is at 4. And there it is. Is there anything else of immediate use down here? Well, I don't see anything immediately useful. There's certainly some short pipes and electrical parts inherent in some of these things. More cloth. More pipes and springs. But nothing we need right away. Yeah, glass shards are an interesting item in 7 days. They serve exactly 2 purposes. One of them is they can be melted in a forge for glass, and the other is that you can eat them. No, I'm not kidding. You can eat the glass to commit suicide on purpose. Why you would want to do this, I have no idea. But yes, glass shards are flagged as a food, and they do exactly what you'd expect. I'm pretty sure it's not survivable. So now I have a forge. I think I'll put it down here. In fact, we'll just knock out all this stuff, put the forge here. Then we can go get new quests. Also, might have been smart to put the food crate on the other end, where all the cooking is. But I've never claimed to be a particularly bright guy. Forge check. This will actually be food. We'll move the food stuff from that crate over there soon. And then over here, where the forge is, we have a forge crate. And the purpose of the forge crate is to hold all the materials that you can melt in the forge. Clay soil, also a huge forging material. Apparently all of our forging is sand casting, which we use the clay soil for. You just cram that full of wood, turn the sucker on, and it will melt down the items in these 2 slots. It takes a while, but that's what you need to do. Now, we're finally ready to go get more jobs. Hopefully he has some that are worth my time.
Is there something you need? You know the drill, asshole. Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
A bunch of clears and a buried supplies close by. The clears aren't really close by, but it's better than the 800 yesterday. I guess we start with the closest clear.
Well, come to think of it, I do have a tat. You better not fuck this up, or I'll cut your goddamn throat.
Wrecked is a charmer as ever. But we have our orders. Hopefully we can find plenty of polymers to make our dew collector. That's still on the docket. We're not going to get too much further without a constant supply of water. Even if it is garbage water. This is uncomfortably far away, but at least we haven't been interrupted on the way here. This terrain is very, very flat. Ah, hello. Would you like to not interrupt my journey? Smash. Shotgun Messiah range. That's a pretty big POI. It's a bit above our pay grade at the moment. Apparently we are going here. I would guess up this little garden trellis on the roof. Well, let's do it. We gain access via a hole in the garage roof. Although, technically that can close, so why did we have to do that? Well, not gonna question the mapping. One thing that can be worth doing, although I think it's lost some of its power in the recent version, is to wrench destroyed workbenches and destroyed chemistry stations. These used to be worth forged iron on occasion. It looks like that is no longer the case. Oh well. 20 scrap iron is still not the worst thing in the world. These trash bins are made of plastic. Plastic is scrap polymers. Now, what else is scrap polymers? Tires. And there's some scrap polymers right there for the taking. which means I wasn't supposed to fall in there. So then where were we supposed to go up here? Ah, this window. Well, that wasn't clear. Whoa, 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 whoa. It got me. Collapsing floors can be a pretty nasty surprise. Though, based on the locked doors everywhere, we were just expected to fall. I keep getting grazing hits by hitting with like the outer edge of the hammer hitbox, which is a thing. If you miss like mostly but not completely, you will still do some scratch damage to the enemy. With most weapons, typically weapons that have wide swings. The spear, as far as I know, does not have this forgiving swing radius. If you don't nail dead on with the spear, you just plain miss. Cooking magazine. We just carry on picking up everything that isn't nailed down and a few things that are. That door is locked, but it's damaged. Oh. This is where we fell through the floor, so I don't need to go that way. Not spending an inventory slot on 2 whole paper. Okay. Allow me to illustrate something I said earlier. Fire goes through doors. And down they go. If I had just used a pipe bomb there, the door would have blocked the explosion. And that would remain true even if I threw about 4 pipe bombs there. Art of Mining 7. Mining tools do 10% more block damage. That would be a nice perk. All mining and breaking just got 10% more effective. Ooh, that's not creepy or anything. Hello everyone. I have more shells. And that is why we use the shotgun. Because the buckshot punches through the enemy you shoot into the enemy behind, and sometimes further still. Really concerned about this weird blood sacrifice altar, though. That's one of the strangest things I've seen in this game. There are also bigger ones, but I don't remember this one. Kind of caught me by surprise there. Oh, cooking cat food. And our chief reward is another knuckle wrap. 7 whole bullets of a type I don't use. Chili. And harvest 10% more from all ores with a pick when buzzed from coffee. Hey, a mining perk is a mining perk. Now let's go tell Rekt we did the thing. Let's see what else he wants us to do. Daycare center over there. Shotgun Messiah shooting range here is kind of a big deal. Like I said, I'm not going in there to mess with a tier 4. Still with stone equipment. It gets crowded in there. 2 armored up for armor crafting. A treasure map. These can sometimes be incredible. Rogue boots. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. I would lose armor rating, lose durability in exchange for +1 safe fall distance. That's something the devs kind of messed up on quality-wise. It is not always advantageous to upgrade your gear from tier to tier, because this is level 3 primitive armor. I can still make level 5 primitive armor, and the level 1 of the next tier stuff is worse. Speaking of which, I really should make that level 5 primitive armor. Just make myself as protected as I can at the basic level. And since primitive counts as the lightest armor, it doesn't penalize my speed or stamina regeneration, making it honestly pretty good. A whole lot better than the plant fiber clothing you were originally expected to make. Oh yeah, the thunder and lightning effects are significantly better in this version. They used to be practically Minecraft. The sound of the rain was terrible, but now it is soft and nice. And the thunder sounds are a lot more authentic. It used to sound more like a rolling drum beat. There's gonna be a lot of this sprinting over featureless grass. Hello. Bandolier mod schematic. Bandolier is one of the best mods in the game, because this is all it does, and that's all it needs to do. Who can argue with 15% flat reload speed, regardless of weapon? I used to love going out for walks in storms, but that was when the world was, or at least when the world appeared to be a safer place, about 10 or 12 years ago. So what do we got here? Eggs and salmon are food, so is a lot of these cans and water and such. It's actually a decent amount of food, not so much on the water. Our iron has melted. We need more. This lead and brass need to be melted at some point. It will quickly become necessary to split our ammo into a box that divides into multiple different boxes by type. That is not yet necessary, but it will be. Treasure maps. Always read treasure maps at home. When you read a treasure map in-game, the treasure is generated at a distance from where you are when you read it. So if you're 3 kilometers away in a different biome entirely, then the treasure will be generated somewhere over there. The closer to home you are when you read the map, the closer to home the treasure will spawn. This treasure map has spawned way up there, which, you know, is close to me. If I had read it when I was over here, then it would be offset by that amount and could be somewhere way up here. Regardless, I still need to drink. Still need to drink quite a bit. And our dew collector, I think we have the polymers for. But we don't have the tape. I can make the tape. So our Dew Collector is crafting. We can turn in this quest and get a new one, and then deposit the Dew Collector in position before going off to deal with whatever this next quest is.
You best keep clear of me.
Repair tool skill, not the biggest deal, honestly. Art of Mining 1, a small chance to mine rare gems from ore. That's not a bad one. I'll take that over a pie or 100 gunpowder. And our next job, we may as well take the buried supplies.
Hey, jerk, you need some work? I'd say it's been an honor to work with you, but it would be a lie.
Buried supplies quests are not bad, because if nothing else, in addition to the supplies you get, and the experience you get fighting off the hordes that spawn, you also gain clay soil, which goes into the forge and helps you with forging. As you would expect of things that go into a forge. There are a few perk lines that help with digging things up. Neither of which I have right now, but one of which I can invest in. Miner 69er increases tool damage, which includes shovel damage to dirt. And the other one is over here in Perception, Treasure Hunter. By default, every 10 blocks you dig, the circle you need to search gets smaller. With the first level of Treasure Hunter, that becomes 7. At the final level of Treasure Hunter, that becomes 3. It's a very strong perk to splash into if you plan on doing a lot of digging. And I plan on doing at least a little digging. What? That's my door. How is it locked? I never locked that door. I should probably start from this end. This is where I plan to place the first Dew Collector. Of course, right where I stopped breaking. But this project reminded me of the couch downstairs, which got us our forge, so it's not all bad. Ow. Nope, that's about as big as I expected it There. Now we have passive water collection. Of murky water, because it has no upgrades. I also forgot to sell my knuckle wraps direct. For 14 whole coins, let's scrap them to leather instead. Not worth it. And now let's go get to that digging. Just making sure our shotguns are loaded. Hello there. I bonk you with my giant rock on a stick. Steel sledgehammer parts. That'll get us toward our final weapon. Repair kits and Handyland. Repair kits are nice, and eventually become necessary. Basic tools you can repair with the materials they were crafted with. My stone axe, my stone hammer, they repair with stone. My bone knife repairs with bones. My pipe shotguns repair with pipes. But once you get into the forged iron tier of crafting, then you need repair kits, and nothing else will suffice. Dogs are a huge problem. They are small, they are agile, and since we're on warrior difficulty, they're rather tanky as well. Few things are scarier than a dog pack, because dogs also can run regardless of the time of day. They don't have to be feral to do that. Most zombie types have their own noises. So as you get more experienced in the game, you can identify what kind of zombie is around just by the types of cries that it makes, not unlike Pokemon. There is, however, one major exception to this. This guy over here, with his bloated sounding noises, shares his sound profile with a much more dangerous zombie, the police zombie. Police zombies are also heavy and tanky, but have the added danger of being full of acid that they love spitting at you, and they can also self-destruct, dealing severe damage with their acid-based explosion. So the fact that cops sound just like those tourists can be really confusing. and dangerous if you don't automatically expect a cop, and then get pleasantly surprised when it's only a tourist. I don't like that plastic dog crate over there. Those plastic dog crates sometimes, but not always, mean that a zombie dog is nearby. And as discussed only moments ago, zombie dogs are a problem. Especially in large numbers. I have no food. That's not good. Always make sure you can escape any hole you dig at a moment's notice. If you don't have a path out, then the zombies have a path in, and you have no escape plan. I think he spawned. Yes, because there's at least one other with him. Over there, through the trees. Who I guess doesn't know I'm here. Alright, fair enough. Back to work. I can't leave the dig site to go fight him, because if I go out of its arbitrary radius there, that 25-meter radius, then I immediately fail the quest. It assumes I've abandoned it. No visitors. The dig area is narrowing. There it is. These three definitely spawned in response to my completing it. But it's completed now, so I can freely leave the radius. Zombies aren't dead until the XP pops up for them. Don't be afraid to smash a body. If you see a durability bar like this, then they've turned into a corpse and are in fact dead. So that's two ways to verify that a zombie is in fact gone. Headshots matter, even with a shotgun. The primary problem with guns, especially single-shot guns, is that when you are reloading, your movement speed is slowed. A lot. There's a perk tree for that. That'll be under Agility, Run and Gun. This reduces the movement speed penalty while reloading. It also improves the accuracy of shots taken while not aiming down the sights, which I consider to be a secondary perk, as hip fire is generally not a thing when it's so easy to aim. Alright, let's get this quest to turn in. See if we can take a third before the day ends. We also seem to have some achievements to collect. I've been noticing a few of them pop up. And once night falls, we can come down here, get our doors knocked out, put up some real doors, and maybe build a ladder inside somewhere. So we can actually use the lower floor of the house for something. Our main base will always be the upstairs. But it'd be nice to call the downstairs our own as well. Don't forget that trace iron. Split the clay, melt it twice as fast. Oh, we've gone from hungry to very hungry. That's not good. I guess I'm forced to eat the charred meat. Not exactly ideal. Guess it's time to move over the food crate contents. This can be blanked for now. And what can I do with our raw meat here? Anything? Bacon and eggs would be nice. We could do grilled meat as well, but bacon and eggs is simply better. And we have the eggs. Water here. Bacon and eggs here. Why won't it cook? Because it requires a pot. Why does it require a pot to cook bacon and eggs? You'd think that'd be a cooking grill thing. Lamb rations go into shepherd's pie. I don't care. We'll eat them. Chili, I'm pretty sure goes into chili dogs. Cat food goes into nothing. Yeah, chili dogs. It's kind of up there on the unlocks list. Just eat the can of chili. Cans of salmon. Fish tacos, way up there on the unlock list. Alright then. Crack a noon. Back to Rect. Tell him you've done his dirty work. Again.
Great. Watch your back.
Gravedigger schematic. That's a pretty good one to have. It improves digging, as the name implies. The rest of this stuff, I wouldn't really call a big deal. Our next job is going to be this distant fetch.
Oh, look who's tired of eating out of dump. Let's get one thing straight. You're not working with me. You're working for me.
And what do we have for challenges? That's a lot of challenges. We made building blocks, placed building blocks, upgraded building blocks, placed storage crates, killed some animals, harvested meat, placed a campfire, placed a dew collector, placed a forge, harvested short pipes, polymers, leather, mechanical parts. And on the back page, we've harvested enough clay. None of those gave us additional trader quests. Sometimes they do. Occasionally, finishing out one of those will give you bonus rewards or an additional trader quest that you just stop by the trader and collect your reward for. There are many, many other quests on that tab, and they are worth completing because the completion rewards for finishing an entire row are often pretty decent. My concern right now, though, is grinding out these quests as quickly as possible, so we can get to the first quest tier completion reward. And that is somewhere over here. This one, tier complete quest. That's what we're going for. Completing 10 quests will complete that tier. Only 3 per day advanced progression. Weird. It says by default only 3 per day will advance progression. But I noticed when I was loading up this world that by default it was set to 4. And the previous world was set to 3 in yellow numbers, indicating the number had been changed. But I didn't change it. So it used to be 3 by default. Now it's 4 by default. And they didn't update the tooltip. So that's prime material for a minor bug report. 1 animal fat. A better thing to collect than you'd think. It goes into torches, candles, and a lot of later food recipes. In fact, I think there's a challenge in here for placing a torch. So maybe I should just make a torch and throw it down. We can't because we have no cloth. Well, that'll be fixed. Fireman's Almanac, 10% fire resistance. What are you complaining about? Quit destroying that truck, I like it. Iron crossbow bolts, don't need them. Trace gas, I'll take that. Rotten flesh, don't need it. I will, eventually. But right now, it's not really a big deal. Already encumbered due to my lust for miscellaneous parts. I'm still 1 cloth fragment short of a torch. Got it. Lucky looter, find more dukes. That's the casino token, that's just straight up money. Pretty good find. Hunter's Journal, bears. 10% more damage to bears. Glad I haven't seen one yet. We are now slightly more prepared to deal with them. Sharp sticks, spear crafting. There's that torch. There, I've placed a torch. Now in resetting the POI, the torch will vanish. Goodbye, torch. I don't know why it insisted I go through the garage to get here. When I could have just walked in through the back fence. Oh, hi. Be gone. There's my supplies. Quest is immediately finished. of course, we're going to complete this building anyway and see what remains to be looted. The answer is likely very little, but that's still better than leaving empty-handed. These piles of planks, not the best for wood collection, but hey, cheap and easy wood is cheap and easy wood. Hello to you too. These burned ones are typically pretty flimsy. Vehicle adventures. Heck yeah. I would love to improve my vehicle crafting. Gotta watch your step on the smoldering debris. It can set you on fire if you stay on it for too long. Okay, now what? Can't go that way. I could jump and dance this way, but this doesn't look intended. Especially since the path kind of ends here. So it looks like I'm meant to just follow this stick and get up and over here. This place is an awful ruin. Well, this can't be right. Is this? Well, this plank says that we should be up here to a certain extent. And now there's a ladder down. Did I completely miss that when that was a ladder up? No, we haven't been here yet. It doesn't look like I even passed by here. Magazine extender schematic. Definitely take that. I love all my weapons having improved capacity. Okay, so I went left when I should have gone right through this hole in the wall. And then found the ladder. Now we're back on track. Then we go this way, and over here, and along this little stick, a hop, and this is the final loop. I knew we weren't done. It was too easy. Recog. I've almost never used this stuff. It's a 6-minute buff for plus 50% range damage and it kills your water like most drugs do. Does it at least sell well? I mean, 50 is decent. Off-road headlight schematic, most common schematic in the game. You will never stop finding this. And electrical traps, trap crafting. Shotgun Messiah 4. You can craft shotgun slugs. This increases shotgun range and decreases shotgun spread. We also found a level 2 knuckle wrap, which sells for even worse than the level 1 we found earlier. Now, excuse me, you are being very rude. So I will take your head. Was that worth 3 shot shells? Absolutely not. But sometimes it's just more satisfying. I still need to place a wood spike, upgrade a wood block to cobble, place a door, craft and place a bedroll, and place a land claim block. We can start looking into that more this evening. Game time, of course. Trap crafting, another one of these, an engine. Engines are a neat find. They tend to pile up a bit, but early on they are pretty uncommon and critical. I'm sorry, did this say Mario Piper? Ooh, barrel extender mod. One of the strongest range mods in the game, because it straight up increases damage. A potato. I'll eat that. No idea what kind of table this is. But it's not a crafting table or a workbench. I don't know why that plot there is called Mario Piper. It seems weirdly Nintendo. And it doesn't have a giant pipe to go down, which is very disappointing. But away we go, encumbered by 10, and trying to just struggle home. That brass will make it 11, and the sand will make it 12, so I'm not taking those. Steel club parts. That's worth the inventory slot. I can sell those. Might help to plunk some cotton plants. The whole plants thing is kind of funny to me in this game. Because while Goldenrod hasn't changed from being a boring alpha texture stand-in since the game's inception, and Chrysanthemum is basically the same way, Cotton now has a full 3D model. Here's the Chrysanthemum alpha texture, just like the grass. Just a bunch of intersecting panels with a transparent texture on them. I could find another cotton plant. Yeah. Cotton, meanwhile, is a full 3D render now. Even though it is less useful than both of the others. It got a graphical update. Alright, you. I have 3 inventory slots free. You'll give me this one back when I turn my quest. Let's see what your reward structure looks like.
You bet. You think you're pretty smart now, don't you? Here's your pay, Einstein.
Cornbread, 10 whole food. That's the same as a canned thing. That doesn't seem worth it. Let's take the crafting bundles. And we completed Tier 1. This gives me the right to a gatherer, making our dew collector faster. But I'd rather take the guaranteed bicycle. This is our first vehicle and will help us get around so much faster.
Try anything smart, and you'll get a new start.
I don't see anything else I want to sell right now. As for buying, well, we have 3,000 dukes. And I know he had some components in here for the dew collector. Where'd they go? I know he had a water filter in here just yesterday. And he doesn't restock until tomorrow. So it's just vanished. Oh well. He seems to have not much else worth buying.
All that gawking at goods, and that's all you buy?
Instead, we will buy him pretty much out of drinks. And now I've got to ride home. First advantage of bicycles. They have their own storage. The higher tier of the vehicle, the greater the storage. Second advantage of vehicles. While riding, you completely ignore your encumbrance and armor encumbrance. Their speed is fixed no matter how loaded down you are. Oh, I forgot to take another job. And a special job. The special jobs from the traders are rather important. Hello there, thank you for the follow. You know what I don't have a box for yet? Medical supplies. That's... oh, the awesome sauce is in here. I guess that's technically medical. And our books here are spears, shotguns, and robotics. I'm now up to being able to craft a pipe shotgun 6, which we technically can't do because that requires legendary parts. But I could make a 5. I think we need the glue for that. Pipe, shotgun... yeah, 6, not available. 5. Short pipes, wood, and glue. 6 glue each. I have 3 glue. We're not doing that. And 23, well, do we have the bones to make glue? I don't think so, because glue also requires water to make. Bone, water. Who told this forge it could stop? And now that our inventory is cleaner, back direct we go for a new job. If I had cloth and tape, we could go up to primitive gear 5. Should check up on those things back at home.
Is there something you need?
These are pretty far off. That is 4 kilometers southeast. Yikes.
Well, come to think of it, I do have a task for a lowlife like you. Well, don't
But
just
that'll
stand
tell us
there
where
with your
Trader Jen
thumb up
is.
your ass. Go do the
And
goddamn
because it's
job.
southeast, we'll also take this
You
one
better
to the
take this
southeast.
job. It's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a rope.
Alright, so about that cloth and tape to update our primitive armor here. And then maybe we can finish that quest before nightfall. I don't think we're getting to Jen before nightfall. 4 kilometers on a bicycle is kind of a big ask. Plant fibers. We've run out of plant fibers yet again. It's always the grass. Scrap the old. Swap mods into the new. Now we go. It's faster than walking, though not by much. And we can sprint, which costs stamina, and is faster than running by a decent amount. It's just, the stamina cost. They say the other advantage of the bicycle is that it's silent. I don't think that's such a big deal, because I've never had zombies triggered by the noise of vehicles, at least not in this most recent version. Book barn. Appliances and more. Passing gas. Hello. A very interesting fortressy looking house. Hogzilla Ranch LLC. Okay then. Bicycles also don't require fuel, unless you count food, which you're draining anyway. Every higher tier vehicle costs gasoline to run. As you'd expect of, you know, mini bikes and motorcycles and everything else. Oh, this is a nice place. Considering the lateness of the hour, I don't think I'll be able to take another job and get there before nightfall. So let's do this one twice. Just wait for them to stand up and cosh their head in. Knock them right back down again. I've chosen the way of the hammer, and it is a very loud and aggressive playstyle. 2 rocket launcher parts. Maybe not that loud. Seven iron crossbow bolts. That's just scrap iron. Medical journals. I can now make light. It'll scroll through. I can now make every advanced armor tier 1, which is useless because my primitive armor is going to be better until at least tier 3. I'm not going to be encumbered for 2 paper. Paper is not that valuable. Always search everything, no matter how pointless or unlikely it may be that there's something useful in it. Every completed search is worth XP, and that adds up. Same thing with most resources, especially resources that appear useless, but at least have the advantage of being plentiful. Anything made of iron, you can scrap to iron. And that iron adds up. If you don't have room for pipes and springs, they're made of iron. They scrap to iron. Secret stash. Pipe rifle 1. Great. I will take this only for illustrative purposes. With no perks, this is how long it takes to load the darn thing. A bit worse than even the shotgun. Its accuracy, decent. You do have to wait a bit for the crosshairs to resolve. Hello, bird. Its damage, shockingly unimpressive for how slow it fires. I mean, it says 44. My shotgun is 8.5 times 10. Compared to a tier 1 shotgun, 8.1 times 10. And the 7.62 bullet requires a lot more gunpowder than most other ammo. The pipe machine gun, at 30 damage, is just a better use of 7.62. Even a headshot didn't take him down. The bow would have been more effective, which does 32. So since this thing sells for 30, I'm just going to scrap it and reclaim the inventory slot. Same with this thing. Now, we've torn through the A-frame. Now let's actually trigger the quest and do it all again. After storing some things that are particularly useless. Wood is something you will always need and can never have enough of. Enough wood is not a phrase. Motor tool parts. They'll sell. These guys, the utility zombies, technically armored. They don't have a lot of armor, but it does make them a little tougher to take down than your run-of-the-mill. There's our quest loot. That finishes up our ability to quest for the day. And we have these two. Now is as good a time as any. A trick with explosives. Sure, these do 250 damage, but that's not enough to kill one of these. So what I want to do here is go 1 and 2. Oh, no, excuse me. I said 2. This will be very embarrassing. 1, 2, light the third, and then set them all off in a chain. That takes them out. Burning Shaft mod. Melee item also counts as a light source and sets enemies on fire. Can be installed in anything that has a long shaft or blade. Don't have a second slot in my primitive sledgehammer. I guess I could put that on my... Nope, bone knife doesn't count. Alright, here's what we're going to do. You go there. My hammer's now on fire. And the ergonomic grip mod can go on my bow because it makes bows better as well. Stamina usage on my hammer just went up for taking that mod off of it. But hopefully the added light and fire chance makes up for those little mistakes. First application, no fire. I'm not sure what the fire chance is, but I kind of expected more. Hello. Would you like some fire? Signs point to no. Honestly, fire is not the best thing to stick on my hammer, since if I hit something with my hammer, I want it to die, not catch on fire and die a minute later. But the light is nice. And it's a lot better to have the mod on something and not taking up space than to be encumbered for it. Limb Shot. Shotgun. Targets within 3 meters have high dismember chance. Nice. Hello? Now you're on fire. We'll just ignore him and let him be a little crispy. Boom. Alright. Potato. More potato. It's only worth 2 food raw, but has no drawbacks. Our final loot crate here has another burning shaft. Farmer Outfit 1. Hello? I thought I heard something. As I was saying, Farmer Outfit 1. Not great. Not great at all. Especially compared as it is to our Primitive 5. The only thing it has of any value is that top line. Crop harvest bonus. That is a 10% chance to get an additional crop anytime you harvest anything. But seriously, 10%? Not worth it. He's swinging his arm despite being down. Poor man is trying to be relevant. No bird. Not playing bird games today. So, POI is clear. We have a little less than an hour. And I don't think we're going to make it there with it. Three kilometers that way? Not going to happen. Make it back to turn in? Maybe. It'll be tight. Then once night falls, we can do some base renovations, get those doors in, finish the building-based challenges, like the claim block, which doesn't do very much in single player, but still has some uses. Looks like we'll make it. And we have the inventory space to spare to accept whatever rewards he chooses to grace us with. Getting closer. We might not make it after all. Yeah, we've got 10 game minutes. I'm just going to have to sprint in, say hello, and accept that he's going to throw me out. And my bike is stuck.
We're closed, so fuck off.
Didn't make it. He closed. Come on, bike. Get out the hole. There we go. Alright then, time for some renovations. This is for sale. Speaking of water, I should probably have a look at my dew collector, see what it's brought me for Murky. 1. Well, it's something. I have a box here for things that are condemned to be sold. And now, time to figure out our downstairs door situation. I can even expand this. Make this my way down into the building proper. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Especially since this clearly metal is actually only wood. So where do you go? And how can I make you work with ladders? You go into the cellar. Not exactly where I want to be, but not terrible. Is there anything else I missed down here while I'm in the area? Looking like a no. This garage entrance is still locked. So let's get to breaking and placing doors. And a double door here. A double door there. And a single door next to our entrance. Door number 1. Door number 2. And then back around where we come in. Door number 3. That completes the place door challenge. And now we're free to consider the building interior ours. We also need a bedroll and a claim block. I'll just curl up next to the stove here. That'll be fine. Oops. The bedroll has the unique feature of preventing zombie spawns within a certain radius of itself. Ordinarily, if we just decided to live here without placing a bedroll, then by like day 8 or 9, all the zombies would come back. The bedroll prevents that. And this claim block does 2 things. One of which is it makes every block in here 4 times as strong against other players. This is a single player map, we don't care. The second thing it allows is I can now hold E on any block that I've placed and take it. I can pick up my forge and move it. I can pick up my campfire and move it. Can't really pick up crates though. At least not to my knowledge. Even if empty. Nope. No take option. Don't know how those got reversed. What else do we still need to build? That's land claim, bedroll, door, spikes, and upgrade to cobblestone. Oh, that didn't work. Ladder. Now there is a potential problem with this here. Zombies may come to the second floor and try to reach our ladder that way. Assuming, of course, they can break into the ground floor to begin with. This isn't a huge concern exactly, but it's something that could happen. Unless I break this. Now our ladder is unreachable to them. I did not mean to break that. But now we have it. Oh no. That specifically is a screamer. Which honestly shouldn't exist right now. We haven't done nearly enough to annoy her and activate her in the heat map. Hi. Oh no, there are two of them. Kill them quickly. Don't let them make noise. I think we win. We did not win. They're coming. Screamers, true to their name, can scream, which triggers a horde. We are now completely surrounded by garbage. It is, in fact, possible to death spiral in that way. Yes. Actually, screamers themselves can't attract more screamers. But what you do to take out the zombies that they summon can. Oh god, I'm out of stamina. Through here, up the ladder, they can't get me. Alright, let's fix this abrasion. We should be safe up here. I'm not 100% certain about that. But it does seem like our roof refuge is untouched. Alright. Get out. This is my house now. You are not welcome. Okay. So what attracts screamers in the first place is something called the region heat map. Certain activities add heat to the region, and when the heat caps out, there's a chance that a screamer will spawn. Heat map actions include loud noise, such as explosions, gunfire. Heat map is also affected by... Let me get back up here. It's affected by running the forge, running the campfire, any machine that consumes fuel. Heat map is also affected by torches, but not electric lights. Thank you. Yeah. Having multiple shotguns this early is very good. Not by default, no. If you are an admin, there are commands you can run which will show you the heat map and also tell you if a screamer has been triggered, but that's kind of cheating. Our major bonus here is that we have just proven yeah, the moment we finish setting up doors and cleaning off this ladder, we proved to ourselves that those measures were in fact very necessary. Which I find very funny. Place some spikes on these major doors because I don't plan to ever use them. That'll be a little preemptive measure for the next group. This door I do plan to use, so we can't spike it. That ladder's also my main entrance, so spikes, not a good idea. We'll just improve the spike situation around our trap entrance. Actually, no. We'll improve the spike situation here, where someone was beating on the wall for basically no reason. I don't know what they hoped to accomplish over there. But now this area is pointy. Not bad for day 4. That's also the spikes challenge. You still need to bring something from wood to cobblestone. Which I should be doing anyway downstairs, just to prevent more visitors. Especially around the doorways. Especially above the doorways. Funny how these aren't considered wood blocks. You'd think that would qualify for the challenge. But no. That one did. Oh, I know why. Because those weren't wood, those were technically flagstone, maybe? Which shouldn't exist anymore. No matter. We did the thing. That's what's important. That is the entire homesteading challenge list. And now we have a completed homesteading challenge. We can go to a trader and pick up some rewards for that. Every row of challenges is like that, which is the incentive for completing the challenges. Also the free XP. Can't be argued with. Yeah, need to craft some charred meat. I don't have any raw meat to do that with. And also eat some. How terrible. And drink water from a bare water source, which will give me dysentery probably. And craft and place farm plot blocks. I should be doing that anyway, too. Just not sure where I want them yet. But I do need to branch into farming fairly soon here. Coffee beans. That's actually a food. Speaking of food, I am low on food. I may be forced to eat this pie. I don't want to. The pies have a special significance to me. Nope. We save the pie. Where am I gonna put farm blocks? I don't think I can strip this ceiling down and flatten it out for that. My farm may have to go on ground level. Not exactly ideal, but it works. I also need to finish this and maybe make some more of these. Because one dew collector does not produce water fast enough. 2 dew collectors is, well, another 100 polymers, which I have. But I don't... We may not have the tape. We don't have the tape. We don't have any tape. We don't even have the glue to make tape. So that's a bit of a challenge. I guess now we're just stuck hanging out until daybreak. May as well spend the time finishing my dew collector platform. I thought I heard something. I guess it was just part of the weapon swinging animation that I've never heard before. Aha, the Gather Wood Challenge. Wasn't even aiming for that one. What? No, that goes here. Yes, challenges have replaced the journal tab. Now, instead of a bunch of dry, instead of a list of dry mechanics and reading, you now have achievements, and each achievement tells you what the reading used to. You also get little rewards for each one, and a completion reward at a trader for completing the whole row. So that's room for a second. That's room for a third. I'd have to break 2 blocks here to make room for a fourth, which we have the space for, easily, due to the low slope of the roof. So if we cut 2 blocks deep here, and then turn it into a flat wall inside, that's going to be fine. Yep. Always build your living bases off ground level. That protects all your stuff from being overrun. So that's the space I need for the fourth dew collector. And I can break these partial underblocks and replace them with full blocks, so there's not a gap in the wall. Just for appearances. And that little gap I suppose I'll have to deal with. We'll put up with it. At least I have this armored panel based expansion. And we're basically just waiting that last hour until dawn. Oh, I have stuff in my bike that needs to be collected and put away. That'll burn some time. Advanced muffled connectors. Good mod, if you use armor heavier than light. Light armor doesn't have a noise modifier, so its noise cannot be reduced. can't magazine extend or muzzle brake a pipe shotgun. Let's go find some more trouble. I never did go into this warehouse. I was planning on it last night, and then just didn't. It doesn't have a skull value, which means if there is anyone in here, it's not enough of them to consider even a one skull POI. So we should be decently okay in here. Forge ahead, good find. Improves our workbench crafting. And the first of our problems rears its ugly head. First two, actually. And they're out. Thanks for playing, guys. I don't know what these are supposed to be. Drywall sheets, maybe? They're worth sand and paper. Kinda weird. I'll just take all this stuff. I don't normally dig resource blocks like this, but we're wasting time anyway, and we're very close to home, so I can just take all this stuff back. Yes, this is a stone shovel that I have a burning shaft mod on, so it's also a torch. These things, these bench saws, I remember them containing like iron or steel. Well, there's one forged iron. Three. Yep, forged iron in these. But only if you use your wrench. Oh, hi. I regret to inform you that that's a chain link fence. And this is buckshot. But now we have daybreak. Hammer crafting, a 1 stone shovel, which I just immediately scrapped. And it looks like there's not much else of value up here. Still, pretty good use of time. Oh, how do we get in there? Oh, there was a ladder out here. And then there's a ladder here in the window. In the skylight, I should say. And a suspicious door right here. Burn, fools! Oh, I want you to go down. Now there's someone else somewhere making noise. You never can get fully away from the loud neighbors. Sound like a few of them, too. That could be a mini horde. Or the day, whatever the intermittent horde is called. Yeah, this is mostly default settings, though difficulty has been turned up to warrior. Which makes things a bit tankier and a bit more dangerous. Makes critical hits for them, so debuffs, a lot more likely. Hey, free tape. Now, where did I leave my... There it is. Alright, some decent loot that I can put away, and then go see Rect about our next quests. Which should be Tier 2. Nails are construction. Ammo, weapon parts, murky, armor parts, and these two wrenches. I don't think workbenches use wrenches anymore. No. They used to require a hammer and a wrench to build, but not anymore. So these spare wrenches I can melt down for iron. Maybe. Might not work. It'll work. 2 minutes. Now, about those quests. And how is my bike down to 86 durability? I don't remember putting it through any terrible things or smashing into stuff. But my little boy ride is damaged.
You're not bringing counter. I'd shake your hand, but I bet you got dysentery the way you smell.
Alright, Molotovs. The best grenade because it goes through doors. And for homesteading, I guess I'll take wiring over anything else, because a lot of these I don't really need. His next job, we're opening up Tier 2. Infested clears get spooky. Especially up here on the difficulty setting I'm on. But they can be worth a lot of ammo.
Dumpsters and finally get moving, jackass. This don't pay by the hour.
I'm gonna put my knife in my bike. Most of the time I have no need for it. And rather than going that way, I think it's time to go find the next trader. Long way away. But these are just good to unlock. And it'll teach me more about the world I inhabit on this large random map. Do we have any skill points to spend? 33! Definitely a point in run and gun, so reloading is less deadly. Let me go back over to here to our main stat. And I can invest in Shoddy Pro or Skull Crusher. Between the two, melee is better. Actually, why did I say between the two? That was 2 points. I can do both. Our next level of strength will require 2 skill points to advance. It does get more expensive as you go up. it's still worthwhile to grind out your primary stat as quickly as possible and max out your main weapon skills. That is how you get your damage values up to the point where you can survive day 7. Speaking of day 7, I'm gonna have to start thinking about some preparations for that. The way I tend to play 7 days, it's good to maintain 3 bases. You have your living base, which is where you have all your storage and crafting. Then you have your early horde base, which is typically another converted POI, such that the zombies have to take a certain path to come get you, and you funnel them to a kill box and take them out without too much trouble. The difficulty with the converted POI is that it's weak. So when you start so there are some higher tier zombies that can blow apart a converted POI. Usually without too much difficulty. But the advantage of using a second base to handle hordes is that you're not putting your personal storage and crafting at risk. Few things are worse than having an explosive zombie knock out your very expensive full forges and crates full of gear. So just don't do that. Handle the 7th day horde somewhere else. And the 3rd base is your mid to late game horde base. This is one that you build from scratch and try to exploit their pathing mechanics so they are forced to engage you in the way that you choose. And since you build it from the ground up, you know everything about it, and they have no back doors to sneak in and get you. For the very early hordes, like day 7, day 14, cobblestone is honestly enough. You don't need a stronger base than cobblestone to hold off the horde in the early phases, as long as it's a decent base and you don't just hide in it and let them tear it apart. Once you get to week 3, and especially week 4, you should really be on concrete by then, or at least working towards it. Steel is a very expensive, very late game material that you should eventually get to, but it's not actually necessary until you start seeing demolishers on a regular basis. Demolishers are very nasty. They can take out even reinforced concrete blocks in 2 blasts. But steel has an inherent explosion resistance. So once you start seeing demolishers, work up to steel where they are likely to blow. Or just get good and don't set them off. My problem with demolishers is going to be that my weapons are very to whom it may concern. So, avoiding hitting the very dangerous hitbox area on a demolisher is not really going to happen. We will probably have to deal with a lot of explosions on later Horde nights, if we even get that far. This is a bit of a longer trip than I expected. Uh-oh. Are we in for a biome change? I hope this isn't what I think it is for the last kilometer. Really? This is Burnt Forest. I thought random maps omitted this biome. Well, it's certainly better than what I thought was going on. And since I was previously under the impression that the Burnt Forest biome didn't exist on random maps, I had assumed this would be Wasteland, which is full of random landmines. Not the kind of territory you want to be cruising around in if you don't have a road. Instead, we appear to have a mountain in the way. The world has been completely flat everywhere all the time until the last 500 meters of going to find Trader Jen. She apparently lives behind a mountain range. I am not going to turn down free pork. There's a pig just casually walking around. I'm going to take the free food. Snake? Snake! More free meat. Also, apparently just a little bit of leather from the snake skin. Ugh. Get up there. The whole mountains thing continues to be very bad. Oh, we get another pig. How about this time? We just executed. ground pork in one shot. Instead of beating on an angry wild boar with a hammer. I can't wait to see how the roads work and how I was actually supposed to get here. But we have found Trader Jen. Which means we have another whole... Wow. We have another whole trader compound to loot. Including that legendary part. So we're now allowed to make one level 6. Anything we can craft level 6 of. Wow, that's a full garbage pile. Shotgun crafting, bone knife 3. And I can now make a double barrel level 1. We're just taking everything. It is a loot nanny. Even stealing from Jen's own purse. Which we'll be audacious enough to sell back to her. Two more crafting books. One of which was rifles. Don't really care about. Over on the side here, where Jen has her crafting. Just paying no attention to the locals outside. They don't matter. They can't get in. This door is not real. It's not even locked. It's not real. You can't open it. The church confessionals. Books. I'll take an armored up. Make that 2. Hold off on buying anything until we see what she has for sale. Shotgun Messiah 5. Shotguns have 20% less degradation. Excellent. Less having to fix shotguns.
If you're here to buy, I've got the best selection of medicine in the wasteland.
Alright.
Good job.
What do you got?
I knew you could do it.
Other crafting bundle. Don't mind if I do.
Need a little tender loving care?
Now you can have the machete parts, that cash, and I guess the potatoes. Just to save me the space. What you have in return, I would love these vehicle adventure books. And some shotgun weeklies. I got enough money for all of that. Gatherer is a dew collector part. Makes you collect water faster. Crucible is an incredible find, but that's way above my price range. Crucible allows you to get steel. And I can't even use steel if I had it. So that's basically it. I'm going to take the Gatherer. Water's kind of important. Some shotgun crafting levels. And some vehicle crafting levels.
Thanks for the business.
Now I'm broke.
Stay safe out there.
Now if I get some plant fibers, I can get myself into a Sledgehammer 5. Legendary stone sledgehammer? Not that great an idea. Kind of a waste of the legend part. We could also go Iron 1, which I don't think is such a good idea. Surely be better than Stone 3. But would it be better than Stone 5? I'm also not taking any jobs from Jen. I just want to get back on the road and back up toward home. We are way too far away. Well, maybe we could explore the road layout a bit. Is this a good one? Close encounters gun range. This is the big shotgun Messiah setup. That's way too big for me. I am not taking on a 4-skull POI with a stone hammer. Ooh, improved Sonax. Hello. Goodbye. Can't see where the head is and on fire. Which is one of 2 reasons I don't really like the Burning Shaft mod. But you go to war with the mods you have, not the mods you want. At least until you can make the mods you want. Look at all this neat stuff. Beagle Adventures, a tire. Wheels can be pretty rare. Like fully intact usable wheels. Sometimes a little more rare than engines. Actually, I should keep that one. That's a seed that can be hard to find outside of the desert. We met Jen. We opened the trade routes. Now I just need to meet Bob, Hugh, and Joel to complete the traders. And there's no way to know where they are, because Jen tells us about Bob, Bob tells us about Hugh, and Hugh tells us about Joel. So there's a whole sequence. The treasure map is in the wrong direction. This infestation is also kind of in the wrong direction, in a different town entirely. Oh well. Homeward bound we go. Nobody asked you. All these broken down vehicles is the main problem with trying to traverse the roads. On a bicycle or using a motorcycle, it's not too bad because you have a narrow profile and can easily avoid them. If you're in a 4x4, however, I mean the 4x4 is just too big and wide. But you can't deny the 4x4's advantage of its increased storage space. But when you're driving around an extremely heavy brick that's not any faster than the motorcycle, you really have to question if the gas guzzler is worth it. Alright, I'm kind of losing faith in the road. The problem here now is that my inventory is mostly overloaded. My bike's inventory is pretty well loaded. So if I end up getting my bike stuck in some strange ravine, it's going to be a whole production to get it back out again. Curse of these stupid mountains. I guess I found a fairly easy path through. Ow. Hit the tree. That's a dog. Dogs are no good. Whoa, 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 whoa. That is not an achievement I wanted right now. Uh-huh. That is the yellow of the deadly mine-infested wasteland. So let's just stick to the burnt forest as much as possible and go due north until we start seeing green again. Because we are not ready to minesweep with our bike tires. I will skirt this mountain's edge as long as it takes. Okay. Wasteland is back to the west. which is a shame because we still need to go west to get home. The trees up ahead do look healthier, so it might not be wasteland this way anymore. Nope, looks like we are free and clear. The world sure does get a lot more bright and cheery in a hurry once you leave the burnt forest. It's a very dark and oppressive biome. Terrible noises and an even worse fog. I don't have any food. Our trip home just got a little bit more complicated. Took a surprisingly big hit there for just one slap. Armored up. Very nice. Slowly increases our ability to make armor. What is that I'm looking at? Looks like the road comes up to basically a wall. We are still 2 kilometers from home. Checkpoint? What do you mean, checkpoint? Well, obviously the checkpoint is infested with people falling off the ceiling. Soldier zombies are very armored, which makes shotguns almost useless, because each pellet suffers the damage reduction of the armor they're wearing. Which makes my times 10 damage for 10 pellets a lot less impressive. That plane sound, on the other hand, is good news. It means an airdrop package has been plunked down in the area. I think I can see it from here, though that also could be a rock. Definitely a rock, because the airdrop package is still in the air. These little goodie packages are honestly rarely worth seeking out. I think the best thing they can have in them is crafting magazines. Rarely they'll have something really good in them, like a legendary weapon bundle. But about 4 times out of 5, it's just junk. Maybe a brace of like 10 food. Making their value overall extremely questionable. Well, I got something to drink. 3 whole cloth. Some stew. I was hungry after all. Crafting magazine bundle, and a melee mods bundle. So, not completely useless depending on what's in those bundles. But I don't have the inventory space to open them right now. I just want to get home so I can drop stuff off. We are very, very overloaded, and that needs to stop being the case. Of course, the bicycle does make this so much easier. If I was doing this on foot, it would be 1800 by now, if it was even still daytime at all. Suddenly fog. Not a fan. It's now raining. We are wet. Wet is basically a dead status effect. I think the only reason wet even exists is because it's in DayZ. They were kind of copying DayZ on that respect. In that respect, but wet doesn't really do anything. It makes it easier to get cold and harder to get warm. But warm and cold aren't threats anymore. They used to do damage. They used to be lethal. Now they just deplete your food faster. Specifically, I think cold depletes food faster and hot depletes water faster. So if you're wet and you get cold, then you have to eat more. And that's about all it's good for. Being wet is otherwise pretty pointless. Alright, time to unpack. This is how fast we walk now, 14 overburdened. No small thing to be lugging this much. I guess seeds are technically a food, at least for now. Things will be better organized once I get even more crates, even more things to put in those crates. Forge ahead, tier 2 workbench. We can make workbenches now. We also just kind of found a Gravedigger mod. And we have more burning shafts. I'm full up on burning shafts. Way too many of them. Structural brace, on the other hand. Lowering degradation on tools, specifically, can be pretty potent. Not so much for something so simple as a stone axe, but better than nothing. I could go up to a 3 shovel. That's ammo. I want weapons. Yeah, that can go in there too. That's vehicle. That's for sale. What do we have to eat? 2 raw meat with a risk of dysentery equal to everything else that has a risk of dysentery. wrench can go back. That stays in there. Here's my gatherer. Now I do have to cook 2 charred meat, just for achievement reasons. Don't want to. I hate it, but there it go. I can, however, make all this bacon and eggs. I put enough fuel in here for 12 minutes of cook. That'll solve our food issue for the immediate time. That pretty well clears my inventory out. Got some tape, a little glue, maybe Rect has more, but I'm broke. So, we have an infested to take on. This one's gonna be rough. Infested clears are full of higher... They have an increased zombie spawn rate. And they have a higher chance of higher level zombies. So in addition to seeing more zombies than you normally would, more of them will be feral. Or the next level, which we haven't seen a single one of yet. But I basically have 3 shotguns taped together, so bring it on. In my wonderful high-level armor made of sticks. I really don't know why Rect is sending me to the next town over. He has plenty of perfectly serviceable Tier 1 points of interest in his own town. But, for whatever reason, the thing he wants done is way off here in the wilderness. Oh, I know this building. I know that building, too. The Bear Den is a dangerous POI whose final boss is a zombie bear. At least one zombie bear, sometimes 2. The dead rooster here contains chickens. So I can get a decent amount of meat in here. I just need to make sure that meat doesn't get away. And it has a tendency to sneak out this window. This is also a very good building to convert into a horde base, because it's pretty tough being made of bricks and such. You can turn that staircase in the back into the only way the zombies can come after you, and it makes a very good early horde base. Not a very good late horde base though, because by that point they start tearing the place apart. Why can't I open this? Excuse me. Bodies. Get out of my way. Thank you. We can now make an iron sledge 2. Where are all the chickens? What was that? I know this place is supposed to be full of chickens. It's certainly full of water and booze. The upstairs hasn't changed. There's zombies on the roof that like dropping into the upstairs. And then downstairs there should be a cockfighting pit. There it is. With a bunch of crawlers that literally spawned in as I looked. Don't tell me you guys got eaten by the chickens. Chicken does not escape. Don't you dare eat my chicken. Came in here for the chickens, and I'm gonna get them. They are both hiding in the corner. Chicken, bye. Two chickens. Somewhere in this building is 3 chicken. That's where the chicken wants to hold up. Sorry, hole up. Now, is there another chicken under the bleachers here? I don't see one. So the one in that cage must have run out from under the bleachers. Meaning we have all the chickens. Vitamins. Not very useful. Not completely useless. Barbed wire mod, completely useless. It's only usable on clubs. And what it does for clubs isn't even good. If I wanted a weapon whose primary gimmick was that it inflicted bleed, I'd use a knife. Now there can be a dog out here. And there is. Dog, you are somewhat confused. Cornbread. It's a snack. Chicken. Don't jump my arrow, that's rude. Where is it going? My last chicken has escaped. I'm not entirely. Well, yeah, I can't get that. I'm not swift enough to catch a chicken. Okay. About that infested, that I'm now better fed and better able to handle. That looks like the place. Is it a lumber yard? What are we looking at here? Just a classy house with its own little bespoke fence. Magnum Enforcer 3. Last shot in the chamber does double damage, but it's for Magnum weapons. So I don't think that'll work on my single shot shotguns here. It might, but I doubt it. Alright, Skeeter's place, infested. I'm gonna eat these potatoes. Yeah, it looks like there's a bag on the upper floor. Medical journal. Worth jumping for. That clears out the garage. Now we have to handle the building proper. With violence. Don't underestimate the bow. It got uh-oh. Bigger uh-oh. Here you go. Have some fire. Okay. Cops are down. Cops are a triple threat compared to everything else. Because they have a ranged attack where they can spit acid. They are tankier and nastier, like the tourist. And worst of all, when their health gets below half, they enter a kind of countdown mode, where you can hear a very strong heartbeat sound. And if you let that go on for just a couple of seconds, they'll explode. The acid damage is pretty nasty against wood and players. But against tougher materials like stone, it's not a big deal. Uh-oh. That looks like a lot. Here you go. It seems to have completely missed with that bomb. Where's the exit? That's locked. That's not the exit. Excuse me, I would like to leave. Alright, we'll just take out the door. Stop. I've taken a crit. I have a leg sprain. I can no longer sprint without damaging myself further. Could be worse. Could have been a sprained arm. You can't power attack with an arm injury. Now we're bleeding. And ooh! Ow! Well, let us return vaguely near our stuff and see if we can get things back and recover. I think we might have just auto-failed the quest. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. On the plus side, that means the deadly zombie horde isn't here anymore. Oh, that's nice. Everything went right back to the same inventory slots it came from. That's new. It didn't do that before. It used to just treat it like any other container and drop them randomly all over your inventory. It is a bit weird that I don't seem to be wearing my armor, though. Now I do. Just had to update it. Well, with this quest having completely ruined us... Oh no. Is it the same group in here? I thought, since it's not infested anymore, there'd be fewer zombies in here. It looks like that might be the case. There, you slowpokes them back. Yeah, this isn't as bad now that it's not infested. It's still full of problems that don't know when to quit. Ow. Concussion. That's gonna be an issue. Bikers are also an armored zombie type, making shotguns significantly less effective. They also hit really hard. But that's why they're worth over double, or almost double, in terms of experience. Okay, I didn't ask for your opinion. Get lost. Apparently, I got a little too cocky with the 3 shotguns, and an infested clear is a bit above what I can handle on warrior difficulty. Also, that concussion. I gotta take painkillers to cure that, and then take water to chase the painkillers so I don't run out of water completely. But this place should be empty now. Pistol Pete, craft high power 9mm. These used to be called hollow points. They do increased damage in general, but against armored targets, they're even worse than normal. And Night Stalker, bows do 10% more at night. An oddly specific perk. Also, I need to repair this very, very badly. So where is the loot that I died for in here? Baton parts. They'll sell. Honestly, the shock baton is a pretty good weapon these days. And it's hilarious. It's hilarious because of something called the baton repulsor mod, which more than triples its knockback when its electrical feature is triggered. That was not worth the 4 workpicks. Strength mod. Wow, that's just a free point of strength. Farmer Outfit 1, seen it, scrapped it. And the Infested cache. Another Ergo grip, very good. Just install that straight into my shovel. Sawed off, increased projectile spread. Don't mind if I do. We'll put that right in the main shotgun. Reduces its range, increases its spread, and increases its damage a little bit. And then we just take all this ammo. And ammo parts. Kinda nice that they still give us the infested crate of ammo, which is a unique reward for the infested mission type. Even though I died and failed the mission. All the same, it's time to get back. Might be able to take another mission, probably won't be able to actually do it. And I should probably look into making a workbench. A workbench will allow me to construct mods. My own mods. We have discovered the schematics for a few of. But I think the workbench will be a challenge for another day. This has been a pretty good session. We've seen plenty. We've died once. Wasteland treasures. Harvest more lead and brass from sinks and plumbing. Those skill books, not to be confused with crafting books, are always worth reading, even if they advance a skill type that you don't have anything to do with. Because every one of them also has a capstone skill that only unlocks when you've read the entire book series. And these capstone skills are usually pretty good. None of them come to mind that I wouldn't want to have. Several of them are simply bulk crafting, where you can craft a box of, say, 100 bullets for 80% of the cost of crafting 100 bullets. And that's just off the top of my head. Bulk crafting at a discount is always good. You. Be gone. I think that's what's damaging my bike. My tendency to just hop off it without coming to a complete stop. And it just slides and grinds along the ground. I don't have a second mod slot, do I? No. More's the pity, that. Beer is technically medical. If I was doing the brawling type, it'd be different, but beer goes into first aid kits as well. Workbench involves 25 forged iron, tape, 100 nails. That is no small thing, especially since we have no nails, pretty much. We have enough iron in here to make 130 forged iron. So let's talk about this 100 nails first. Apparently that'll only take a minute. And we'll do another 6 minutes worth, so this is like 7 minutes and change, 10 is fine. We'll do 80 forged. It is always worth having more forged iron than you need, but don't go overboard because its usefulness does kind of taper off after a while. While that's running, I need to rather sheepishly get a new mission that won't kill me. Tier 2 fetch and clear, very close by. I like that. better than a restore power at night.
Well, I got just the job for a simpleton like you.
We're apparently going to Big Buns.
What are you standing there for? Don't you have work to make up your mind or make your way out?
And he's restocked because day 4 has come and gone. Not that I have any money. He's got a gatherer, but we have one, so it doesn't matter. Maybe I could install it in a second dew collector if I had one. You got tape. I can't afford tape. I can't afford more than one tape. That's embarrassing.
Oh, you want a guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
Can't afford much of that either, so let's just get out of here. We have our instructions. And this guy. How did he take that many swings? Now, one of the reasons is that I never collected any grass to get that Hammer 5 made. Finally. It has a second mod slot that I don't think I can do much with because I'm not putting Burning Shaft back on it. Okay. Big Buns with 2 G's. Might be able to do this one quickly twice. Doesn't look that big. That's right, I'm saying Big Buns isn't. Hammer 5, doing work. I'm kind of low on lockpicks, but maybe we can get some money out of this thing. That would be a no. And that's a lot of health to smash through. Doesn't seem worth the time. Are you supposed to be the boss? Now you're stunned. How does that feel? Don't you crawl at me. Bonk. Learning Elixir. 6 minutes of improved XP gain. It has its uses. You'd think it's best used during a horde night, so you can amplify the XP gain from the oncoming horde, but no. The best use of Learning Elixir is actually to amplify the XP gain of a large building project. Because construction and upgrades are worth quite a bit. Alright, I think it's clear. Now I just have to do it again. Assassin boot, stealth sprint noise, 0, minus 100%. Medium armor, big penalties compared to what we're wearing. Not great. Shotgun Messiah 2, craft special breaching ammunition. That's a nice find. Breaching ammunition is actually stupidly expensive, but it is worth it in the long run. Especially if you have lockpick problems like I do. I don't have the daylight left to do this. Let's just leave it. Reboot. Put away some less common things. I'm less likely to come up against all of them there. And we do it all again. Hello. This is actually a major thing they changed in the most recent update. Doors that are damaged have hitboxes that correspond to how they appear to be damaged. So you can shoot through the hole that's been torn in a broken door. That wasn't previously possible. Doors used to be complete obstructions, no matter how damaged they were. Ooh, feral. Couple of really nasty hits there. Why don't you just have that? I don't know if that did anything more than annoy them, but I enjoyed it. He is now gone feral, which is why he was faster. That happens as their health goes down. Wait, is that a bag up there? How do I get up there? Not from here. Not from here. How? I don't know how I'm supposed to get in the ceiling, but apparently you're supposed to be able to get in the ceiling. Bad news, nightfall. Good news, we're done, so it doesn't matter. Fortifying Grip mod. The worst mod in the entire game. If health is below 50%, I have much bigger problems than 1 hit point per 5 seconds. But you know what? I have a spare slot here. Oh yeah, won't go on, because it's a grip mod, which conflicts with the ergonomic grip. So not only is it a terrible mod, I don't have anywhere to put it just to cut down on space. Wiring, tech planet. We also haven't found my satchel yet. You know, the mission objective. Shotgun Messiah 7. Targets with full health take 20% more damage. That's just a damage buff. Blade modification increases block damage and lowers degradation. Better to have that here. Serrated blade. I mean, obviously, my sledgehammer doesn't have a blade. So serrated blade is another dead mod. At least to me. Oh. My satchel is down here for some reason. Mission accomplished. Now I'm thirsty again. Blame the painkillers. And someone's growling in the area. There's also a dog across the street. Spider zombies are awful. I mean, they're just plain awful. Glad to be rid of him. Now if we put that door back, I may have the time to bust into this. Will it be worth it? Also, probably not. Still thirsty. Didn't I just drink water? How much water do I need to drink? Points available. 2. Yeah, this doesn't apply to Sledgehammer, so this is no good. Well, I come over here to Fortitude and take a level of Iron Gut. Reduces food and water loss. Buffs last 10% longer. Is that just one pair of feet? Looks like one. Excuse me. Go away. No soliciting. Was that the dog? It is the dog. Get rid of you too. Alright then. Now we can continue to bash this in peace. Relative peace. All that for almost $1,000, which sells for over $1,000. Might have been worth it. Now we have money. We can just get to the trader in the morning. There's also still that whatever it is up there, excuse me, open. Pipe machine gun 1. Never mind. Is that a screamer? No, just a female. Female zombies and screamers also share like 80% of their sound profiles. Screamers have a couple of noises unique to them. So if you give them enough time, they will announce themselves as specifically screamers and can no longer be confused for just zombie women. If you give them that kind of time, though, then they can find you and scream and summon a horde. So take the time to confirm at your own risk. That is too many burning shaft mods. Way too many. There's all that. Mechanical parts and duct tape. We've got mechanical parts, we don't really have duct tape. Just burned all our glue for tape, so Pipe Shotgun 5 is off the table. Double Barrel 2, however, is possible, if I have shotgun parts. I don't think I do. No. No shotgun parts. But the workbench is coming. Haha! Successfully crafted charred meat. Yay, it's terrible. Now I also have to eat the charred meat, which I'm equally not so enthused about. Done. Why is that there? How long has that been there? Farm plot. Wood, rotting flesh, nitrate, clay soil. Let's not even bother. I know I have 0 nitrate. We've never collected any. I've just kept on ignoring it. Meat stew. If we had potatoes and corn and fat. Big if. That's what the farming is for. To improve the quality of food. Oh. I can't very well repair my things when I have a 3-minute craft in the way, can I? Oh well. C'est la vie. I'm also going to need somewhere to put this workbench. Maybe right next to the forge here, and then the chemistry station eventually can go in the back. Chemistry station being a bit bigger. Speaking of forge, you need more stuff. In it all goes. I don't even really need the brass. Brass is just good for bullet casings, which I don't plan to ever need. But honestly, what the heck else am I going to do with brass? Not make scope lenses. It doesn't go into glass. It doesn't even go into bullet glass. Brass is just... it doesn't even sell very well. Although maybe I shouldn't be scoffing at 400 plus. Let's do the lead instead. We'll sell the brass. Come on, workbench. Once the workbench is in place, we can make our bandolier mod, or we could if we had glue. Grave Digger is just iron, more glue. Okay, so we have glue problems. Off-road headlights. Does the bicycle even have headlights? That's steel anyway, which we don't have. Weighted head. Again, a glue issue. And then those are the only mods that we currently have schematics for. So I guess the workbench may be not quite as big a deal as I'm claiming. It does also give us the ability to make that double barrel. I mean, our current shotguns are rank 2. It would cost glue we don't have to make a rank 5. So... oh, but we don't have shotgun parts, so that's also not possible. We could make an iron hammer too, but 45 forged iron is a very high price to pay, just to see if it compares favorably to the stone. I may want to check shopkeep inventories first, just to see if it's worth it. But a workbench is a workbench, and the workbench allows us to have a second crafting queue, aside from our own inventory. Anything we can craft by hand can be crafted in the workbench, and the workbench itself also can craft plenty more besides. I don't know why the land claim block and the workbench are favorited. Nothing should be. We could make some more shot shells, not that I need any right now. AP slugs are made with bullet tips. Could be useful. That pretty much completely changes my shotgun into a high-powered short-range rifle. And the breacher slugs, they require steel, which is why I said they are stupidly expensive. We're not even capable of making steel right now. But now I have water. Do we maybe have even more water? Yes. What else is water good for? Well, it goes into glue, along with bones. It goes into pie, with a bunch of other stuff. We don't have any cornmeal. I've avoided cornmeal. You can boil eggs, meat, goldenrod tea. Gotta make some of this. Don't have any goldenrod flowers at the moment. I should go out and solve that. The advantage of goldenrod tea. Uh-oh. That's a screamer again. And it sounds like she's playing around on my iron spikes. Did they kill her? Yes, they are both dead. Amazing. Problem solved. Screamers are effectively no longer a threat. Maybe. Mostly. They could roll up to the one door I don't have spiked. But, as they say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So I think that'll do it for now. our workbench. Forge is a running. Screamer has been averted. We can't really improve our kit in any way until we get some shotgun parts. Preferably some more shotgun books. But in the morning, we return to Trader Richt and make him pay us for our troubles. So, until then.